Send me a deal with you, Brian.
Yep.
Thanks.
How was it?
Well, everyone's ready when the kids look at them. Very busy.
You're gonna miss your chance.
You're gonna miss.
All right, everybody, it's 4:30. I think we'll get started. Brian, can you do roll call?
Lance,
Here.
Commissioner Petty,
Here.
Commissioner Kinder,
Here.
Commissioner Rock,
Here.
Commissioner Moss,
Here.
Commissioner Pa,
Here.
Commissioner Millfaith is absent.
All right, great. Looks like we have a quorum. I'm going to remind the commissioners, if you've had any ex parte communications or any conflicts of interest with any of the applications, please let us know at the time of the application. And for everybody that's online, I just want to remind you, please keep your camera off and your mic off up until there's the time for public comment. You wish to comment, then you can turn your mic on when it's called for. All right, moving forward, we'll do a review and approve of the November and December minutes. Have all the commissioners had a chance to review the minutes? And is there any questions or concerns on any of them?
I make a motion, we approve the minutes of November and December if there's no changes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the November and December minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. All right, the preliminary. Excuse me. All right, we'll have the preliminary development plan review. We have a pre-app for 2401 preliminary plan review CUP for 712 Reedy Lane. We have either Brian Wilson or Glade Paulson. Are you with us here or?
I'm here.
Oh, you're online. Okay. I'd like to give your name and address and go ahead and then do your presentation.
Glade Polson. My address of the property that we're talking about or where I live?
Your address.
4316 West Lovegood Lane, Meridian, Idaho, 83646.
Okay, great. If you'd like to just tell us about their application.
Yes, we actually did this application last year, went through all the protocol, and I guess we didn't have the meeting within a certain amount of days, and so we redid that. We did the meeting, and here we are.
Okay, you want to explain your application?
Yeah,
I guess.
we're applying for a I can't remember the exact terminology, but a 10 plus vacation rental property that we own there, and we are applying for a permit.
How many people are you looking to for your
12.
12? Okay. And do you have that with a property? Are you plan on having it with a property management company?
It is with Evolve currently.
Familiar with that one. They have somebody here local, I'm
Yes.
assuming? Okay,
Yes.
good. And you're aware of the fire inspection requirements?
Yes, we did all that, and I have the approval from I can't remember the fire marshal's name, but I've done all that and have been approved.
All right. And I guess you're aware of the other process with the public neighborhood meetings, and I mean, have you been talking with staff about all that, I'm assuming?
Yep, we've done,
Okay.
we had the public meeting, well, we've done it twice now, but we just had one about 10 days ago, 10 days or so ago.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Paulson?
Yeah, Chairman Lyons, I have a quick question. I guess if you've held the public meeting, what was the general consensus of those that attended? Did you have many people voicing opposition, or were all the residents for the project?
We had no show.
Nobody showed. Huh?
Not this time. The time before, there were two a year ago, well, maybe 10 months ago, we had one neighbor stop by. I'm really good friends with the people next door, the Steins, Brad and Jan. And we've just had over the fence type of conversations, but the one person that came in actually owned a vacation rental property on that same street. And they had a lot of challenges with some of the renters and whatnot. And so we just discussed that. They weren't really in opposition. They just have chosen to not do any more vacation rental on their part. But it was just more of a kind of get to know each other as a neighbor type of a thing. But we've had absolutely no opposition whatsoever from any of the neighbors.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant at this point?
Doesn't appear that Evolve has a local office. What's your plan for on-site management?
We have Anastasia. Let me give you her contact information. She's their local. She is their local contact. And it's on the it's on the posted. It's in all of our material inside there. If they have a challenge or whatever, her phone number is clearly in multiple places posted for them to call if they have any local concerns. Anastasia Turner, and her phone number is 208-907-2630. She's there in McCall.
But it's not on any of your documents here?
Should be.
Sing it.
We don't include the short-term rental permit documents.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
They're required to provide that information to all the property owners within 300 feet.
That's pretty much any rental has to do that, any size. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in our manual that's on the desk there. It's on the wall, posted on the wall. If they have any challenges or whatever, to give her the call. And she's been very responsive.
All right, commissioners, any other questions at this time? All right, well, Glade, I would, suggest just keep working with staff and just kind of go through the process of everything that's needed. We have had some challenges with some of the larger vacation rental homes, so kind of be aware of those. But each one's different, so.
Okay.
And they just kind of follow up with staff and kind of continue on.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. All right, on the next one, I guess that one was pulled off till next meeting.
So I discovered a code provision that does not allow them to do what they had originally planned. So they're going to modify their plans. They're also going to eliminate the need for a conditional use permit. Eliminate the need for pre-application here.
Okay,
So
they still won't have to do a pre-application meeting for a project of that size?
at this point, it is design review for permitted uses. Shoreline, design review shoreline. So,
Can I do any suggestions
um,
or at least ideas to
they're
staff to
not
keep?
here.
They're not, well, it's for you, I guess, to
Yeah.
be aware of. Things I just saw that stood out
Mhm.
was the propane tanks.
Yep.
Okay, good. And then the street view design,
Mhm.
it had nice looking things out there, but the one map showed the fuel tanks where it needs to be filled, but their street view design, which of course is just architect, they didn't have that in place, so. I'm sure you guys are probably already aware of that, but it's just like, that's not showing. And hopefully, yeah, especially the small propane tanks is like not good.
I have a question for you, Brian. On these conditional use permits that we're looking at right now, how many people out there still need to do this before they can rent their property again this summer? Or is that a valid point or not? I don't know.
For the short-term rentals.
Yeah, percentage.
We sent out,
We don't discuss non-agendized
Yeah,
topics until we get to the.
Never mind.
There's a lot. Okay,
This is a big project.
moving on. We'll go to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody wish to pull off there and discuss individually?
I don't know, Chairman, if you'd like to take a moment to allow Dana to remain recused on the hospital one, or if you just want me to note it.
Yeah, just note that that she was recused in that one vote. I think we'll do them all as a group still and just. And did you hear that one, Dana, that we'll just kind of not have your vote on that one, even though we're going to vote as a group? I think.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
just note that you're recused on that specific one.
perfect. Thank you.
If there are no questions or anyone that wants to be pulled off, I'm open for motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. And there is no old business, so we'll move to new business. First item is design review 2332, shoreline 2312, 1200 Shady Lane Loop. We have Dave Lewis is here or online?
It's not Dave Lewis.
Dan Wood. And/or
How about the addendum?
and Rebecca. That's the.
You got the agenda version?
But his architect, Andy Vick, will be presenting on his behalf.
Oh.
I need to recuse myself from this one.
Okay. Note that name. If you'd like to come up and, yeah, we can come up with your name and address and the presentation.
I am Andrew Bick, architect, 313 West Lake Street. Oh, this is a local address. We are presenting for you for design review because it's within the lakeside environs. In addition to the existing residents for Dan Wood and Cindy Lewis, who is here today, if you have any questions for them. Basically, what we are proposing is doing approximately 1,120 square foot addition to the existing residence. In the process of doing that, we're also cleaning up the lot on the site. They currently have a detached garage at the high point of their lot on Shady Lane Loop. And which you could see here on this top drawing, they currently have a detached garage and a very long covered walkway that goes down to their house. What we're proposing on doing is removing the detached garage and the covered walkway, creating a driveway that brings them down and doing a detached garage in the process of approximately 575 square feet for the garage. In the process of doing that, we're adding on some heated living space to the existing house of approximately 500 square feet, which consists of a bathroom and utility room on the first floor, as well as upstairs. We're adding a bedroom and a bathroom up there to help connect the two, connect the garage to the existing house and sort of tie it all together for the most part. In the process, the current garage is approximately 500 feet, so it's sort of a wash as far as footprint is concerned. It just really cleans up the property for the most part as far as bringing it down and attaching it to the house, and makes it a lot easier for them to get in with their house, rather than covered walkway all the way down the side of the property. And with that, I would stand for some questions.
Commissioners, have any questions for Andrew at this point? Okay, I guess we're good for now.
Thanks.
Brian, staff report?
Yes, thank you. This application is a shoreline design review as the addition to an existing structure. They are demolishing the existing detached garage and big long covered walkway down to the house and constructing an attached garage on a new building. This would probably not be a conforming design due to the garage door and front door standards of McCall's code. Since this is prior to that code going into effect, there is a clause that allows for exceptions to those rules. So that is what it is. Yeah, all in all, fairly straightforward. They need to modify the driveway a little bit. They identify snow storage spots. They just need to actually like provide area to make sure that they have adequate space for a third of their driveway and sidewalk areas. Yeah, with that I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Brian?
I do, but I can't.
Oh, well, you can't. Nope, you can. You can comment, public comment.
Tell me and I'll ask it.
Can't do that. So, and also seems reasonable with this lot, kind of the way it sets, looked at and everything, that you can see it made with the doorway, just because it is pretty limited on the building's envelope size of it. And so you mentioned changes the driveway, just the slope of the driveway that need to be modified slightly, or?
This corner right here is less than 5 feet.
Oh, that's right, the 5 feet over. And with the slope going down and everything measures to what it needs to be. Well, we'll know that in a second. Okay. And everything's to the back, so there's no shoreline, anything like that. Commissioners, any other questions for Brian? All right, we'll go to Morgan.
So this project is, I don't have very many concerns with. Their water meters being replaced, which is a benefit to all of us at the city and the applicant. The stormwater drainage report needs to be submitted, but it's less than 5,000 square feet of impervious area, so it's more just documenting how the water runs and flows. And then on one of their site plans, they call out a Coltech system. I just need to see where that'll be placed. It's just an advanced system where the stormwater runs through it and kind of cleans it a little bit before it gets released further downstream. But that was my only remaining comment besides moving the driveway 5 feet off of the property line. But
All right, commissioners, any questions for Morgan?
Yeah, Morgan, it sure looks like from their plans that there shouldn't be a problem with moving that driveway over to be in conformance. Is that correct?
I would agree.
I believe we did submit a revised site plan where we did modify that to Brian, where we did pull that driveway over, so that means 5 foot.
Somewhere in his email?
I will look.
That could be a condition, you already have that in the condition of approval. Any other questions for Morgan? All right, with that, I will open up the public hearing or open up public comment. Is there anybody, anybody online? Or do we have any on the phone that wishes to comment regarding this application? If you're on the phone, you may need to hit *6. Anybody in the audience that wish to comment regarding this application? All right, hearing none, we will close the public comment. Commissioners, discussion. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of issues. It's a small addition. It seems to make sense. Rid of the one building, which is probably better, and combining them all.
Yeah, I think the only real question is about, the front door placement, and just looking at the design, I don't see where else, how they could adjudicate that. And since the exception is available to them, I don't think it's a concern.
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow lot to try to configure a garage where you'd have that match up to it. And that area is, at least it's pretty heavily wooded. It's not like you're really gonna see a bunch of your neighbors anyway.
Right.
Those are kind of more designed, I think, for in-town open lots. Seems to make more sense, but yeah, I don't see an issue with that on this one.
Yep, I agree with you guys. I don't see any issues.
With that, I'm open to a motion. There's no other concerns or questions?
I move to approve DR 2332, SH 2312 with the staff recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve with staff recommending conditions. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the motion is approved. All right, thank you. All right, and then design review 2333 and shoreline 2310 is asked to be continued to next month's meeting. So, can I get a motion to continue that? I'll make a motion to continue design review 2333, shoreline 2310 to the March 5th meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to continue to March 5th. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, that's approved. We'll be on our next meeting. All right, moving right along. Design review 2334 and shoreline 2311 for 2248 Payette Drive. Luke Vanoy is here. Yeah.
Architect with McCall Design and Planning, Commerce Street. This is shoreline and design review application to replace an existing accessory dwelling unit with a garage that will have a smaller accessory dwelling above it and a small addition to an existing lake house. I'll just kind of walk you through the drawings. Here we have an existing accessory dwelling, definitely a homeowner, I think in the 70s. The existing lake house is from the 60s. The existing lake house is non-conforming with the 50-foot setback, and so we are allowed a one-time addition to that is under 25% of the total living square footage. So that's what we're proposing. You can see the existing deck is just slightly over the 50-foot setback. The rendering of the new rendering of what the house will look like after we reside it. So the next one, this is it's kind of a three-dimensional rendering of the property. Here you see the new garage with accessory dwelling above it. This small portion here is the new addition, the existing lake house and the existing deck to be rebuilt. So here's the new garage, accessory dwelling, here's the new addition. Here's some pictures of the existing property. So obviously, the existing lake house could use a bit of a refresh. The existing deck is not up to snuff structurally, and so we're going to bring that up to speed with the current building code. This is the existing accessory dwelling to be demolished. This is a shot underneath the deck to just give you an idea of the existing structure and why it needs to go. There was a previously approved administratively approved applications to replace these failing retaining walls with boulder retaining. So that's not a part of this application, but that's work that will be done. That was approved this fall, or we put in for it this summer in hopes that we could get it in a low water, and didn't end up panning out. Floor plan of the garage with the studio apartment above. Next, some elevation drawings of the garage and accessory dwelling above. There's the exterior finishes. A natural barnwood cedar with weathered steel below, comp roof, cedar fascia. Next. So here's the existing main floor of the lake house. The addition will allow for a main floor bedroom with its own bath, with kind of aging in place as a consideration. And then a main floor powder room and a bit of a mud room. And then up from that, yeah, I think you go to the next one, Brian, thank you. Right now, there's kind of an awkward bedroom that you pass through to get to a bunk room. We're going to clean that up, turn that interstitial space to an office, and then have 2 suites up above, a little balcony. Go to the next one. Here's elevations of that. Next. So same materials, the house to match the accessory dwelling. When we pull off that existing siding, we're going to add insulation outboard of the sheathing and then apply the new siding over a rain screen, so we can get this place a lot more efficient in conjunction with the new windows and new insulation in the roof. The new deck will have stone face and then gapped boards to cover the under deck rather than that, cheap lattice that's on the existing. More 3-dimensional views. Next drawing, please. There's a before and after rendering. And that's also showing the new boulder retaining walls and the new. This is a landscape plan we have prepared, just showing that lakeside work that's already been approved. So with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Commissioners, any questions for Luke?
Does the full width of the deck encroach on the 50-foot?
No, it cuts through it. We can go back to that. TR1, I suppose. So this line. Yeah, it goes through the corner of the house and across the deck diagonally. Thanks, Brian.
And there is no increase on the deck size,
No,
just replacing it for exact same dimension. Okay.
yeah, bring it up to code structurally and bring the railing up to code as well.
Because it's existing, it doesn't count as a 25%. Sorry, that's Brian question, not a you question. I'll wait till Brian gets.
The code allows us to rebuild.
Commissioners, any other questions for Luke at this point before we go to staff? Okay, all right, thanks. All right, Brian.
All right, yes, this is an application for shoreline design review for an existing non-conforming structure and an accessory dwelling unit. Generally, they're really cleaned up property pretty well. There's a big driveway that's probably over lot coverage that they're turning down pretty substantially. Worked very closely with the sewer district to make sure that they could get the maintain their second sewer connection. They have done that. As stated, they are doing a one-time addition allowed by Colson Code for non-conforming structure within the shoreline zone. And then on the deck side, there's a clause in 31107D that nothing in this chapter shall be deemed to prevent the strengthening or restoring to a safe condition of any non-conforming structure or part of a structure declared to be unsafe by the building inspector. So that is what they're doing to the deck. But yeah, all in all, fairly clean application. Like I said, they're really tidying it up pretty well. Same for any questions.
Now with the, I know you have it under other as far as conditions of approval, but do we need to add that in? No further expansions to be made? Or is that just pending whatever application they
That
come in?
condition of approval is really there to put future property owners on notice and for staff to have a documentation that they can hand and say, nope, you don't get to do it again.
It's noted that's already been
Right.
done for 20 years down the line. You've already done that. So we do want to include that in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about the landscaping? It's not subject to this application, but I did the review and mostly it is a slope that's pretty aggressive right below that deck that they're just doing their best to shore it up and make it stable down there. So I'm trying not to cause more erosion than has already happened, but I think it'll all be an improvement
Now, was that permit through the city or is that through the lands department?
for us.
Does the lands department have to do anything or is it,
Nothing is below.
everything's above high water mark, so that you didn't have to deal with that, okay. Looks like it needs some love. Any other questions for Brian before we go to Morgan? All right, Morgan.
This one's really easy for me. I've already given it final engineering approval.
Oh, wow.
Did a lot of the stormwater stuff with their admin application that they did earlier in the fall, so
Okay, great.
be included in it.
Everything's already done. So we already have full engineering approval.
Correct.
We'll leave that in as our normal thing, so. All right, commissioners, any questions for Morgan? All right, hearing none, we will open up the public comment. Is there anybody online or on the phone that wishes to comment regarding this application? Is there anybody here in the audience? Oh,
Yes,
go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is John Carter. I apologize. I was going to join by video, but I had some technical difficulties, so I'm just joining by phone. And I want to make sure everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. And if you could give your name again and address, that would be great.
Yeah. My name is John Carter, and I live at 210 Ferguson Way in McCall, 83638. My ex-wife, Robin Carter, and I own property, a cabin on the corner of Payette Drive and Pine Haven Lane. If you look at the information that I was provided anyway, there's an overhead view, and you can see Pine Haven and Payette Drive, and we're right on that corner, kind of across the street from the subject property. And we've owned that cabin for 25 years. My wife and I divorced, I don't know, a number of years ago, but we both love the cabin so much, we both wanted to keep it, and we've shared ownership of the cabin over the years. It's a beautiful cabin in the woods. We love to use the cabin to enjoy the woods and the formerly very quiet and peaceful nature of the surroundings in that area. If you know where this location is, it's out Wagon Road on the right side, headed out just before you get to Wagon Wheel Bay. It's a pretty low density area, not a lot of cabins and houses, except over the last 10 to 15 years, everything on the lake has been redeveloped. And every summer, we have had to go through listening to trucks rumble up and down the road, to contractors and their employees, music across the road, to the sound of large equipment, saws, chainsaws, circular saws, you name it, every piece of equipment you can imagine. And so what was once a very peaceful area has now turned into a noise mess during the summer. And I know there's probably not too much that can be done about that, but I just wanted you to hear like my perspective on this type of construction. We've had 3 homes right across the street, just to if you're looking at the photograph of the subject depiction of the home, just to the right, I guess that would be north, developed over the last couple of years, and one's been under construction directly across the street from our home for the last 3 years. And I'm sure this home and the plan for this home is going to be a great asset to the neighborhood. We have no complaints with the home itself. It's just the constant noise. Every contractor has God knows how many employees. They all have pickup trucks. They all drive alone in their pickup trucks, usually with their dogs. There's no such thing as carpooling. I don't know if you can put a restriction on these contractors and their employees who all drive up and down these roads and make a ton of noise all summer. And then they get there and they turn on their music and it goes on for hours and hours and hours. I mean, the place across the street from us, the one I mentioned, those contractors have been there, as I say, for it seems like 3 years. Maybe it's only 2, but they've been working there nonstop. And they come early in the morning, and sometimes in the summer, they don't leave until 9 or 10 at night when it's dark. And it's just ruined our experience in this location. And I don't know if you can put restrictions or requirements on the guys driving these trucks to carpool. They could park their trucks then at the end of Warren Wagon Road by Lardo's, and a couple of them could come up together with their dogs. Their dogs jump out, they defecate everywhere. You know, it's just
John,
it's
I
not
hate to,
fun.
John,
Yeah,
I'm sorry
I know.
to,
This is just, as I gave you a heads up, Brian, this is just a bitch. So you cut me off whenever you want. I
well,
think
yeah, your
you guys-
time's up. If you could just,
commissioners get the idea.
if you could just finish up with a couple seconds, that'd be great.
I do have a couple of questions. I'd like to know how long they anticipate this construction is going to take and when the construction will occur. And if it's possible to put any kind of limits on the numbers of trucks going up and down and the amount of time and the amount of noise coming out, the amount of time the work goes on and the amount of noise that comes out of that work, we would love to hear about any kind of restrictions that would you guys think would be appropriate on this type of a project.
Okay, we'll have some more comments on that later for you. We're just taking a public comment now, so once we get done, we'll probably circle back with some of those for you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online that wishes to comment regarding this application? All right, with that, we'll close the public comment. Luke, would you want to, or yeah, you want to respond to any of the questions you had there?
Yeah, we're definitely sensitive to the concerns there. Obviously, I've drawn about 4 of those projects on the streets. So, I'm the architect on the project, not the general contractor. And so at the time of building permit, there's what's called a construction plan that's filled out for the city. And that addresses things like dogs on site, live music, and hours of operation. beyond that, I don't have a lot of control over what the general contractor does with the job site. Anticipated length of construction on something like this, that garage and 80, that garage is just it just has bonus trusses above it, and the accessory dwelling is up inside of it. So, that'll get rough framed in a matter of, a couple months, and be done. The addition, the same, it can kind of be built as a standalone. So, ideally, we'd be off and running and get everything framed in during our typical building season here, which is kind of hoping to have it dried in by Halloween. As far as asking builders to carpool, they typically travel with their own tools in their truck. And so there's a reason why guys show up, one guy to a truck. But really, your questions kind of fall on the general contractor and not the architect.
Okay, great, thanks. All right. Commissioners, discussion. I think maybe I just reiterate kind of what Luke had said to John, is that it does fall within there's certain guidelines and requirements the city has with ordinances. And, we really, there's certain things for parking, but that's all kind of deals with the enforcement. We really can't put restrictions on those items. It's all already part of city code and ordinances. Unless Brian, you have anything else to add regarding John's questions, if you want to.
Yeah, like you said, we have provisions for requiring parking on improved surfaces only. We have noise provisions in Title V of City Code, which does not apply to the area of impact. So the Valley County Code would be applicable regarding hours of operation, construction noise.
And they have to file a construction plan.
Right.
For their building.
They do have to file the construction plan with the building permit.
So this unit would not be subject to City of McCall ordinances and regulations?
So Titles 3 and 9 are the zoning and subdivision code. Those are applicable within city limits and the area of impact. Other titles for police provisions and other city clerk duties, things like that, are only applicable to the city of McCall. I believe Valley County does have similar noise standards, but it's not our code.
Not within the code, so it'd be county enforcement if there was an issue on some of that. Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions, comments, discussion? To me, it seems pretty cut and dry. It looks like it definitely could use some updating. Make it more efficient on a lot of avenues. I noticed they got everything approved through the sewer district. There was a meeting minutes on that discussed it, so that kind of covers the ADU, which so there's no confusion on what an ADU is, or everybody's on the same page for this one, which is nice to see. Other than making sure we have the no further expansion on the property without shall be prevented per the code, including that in the conditions of approval. I don't have any other questions.
But they're not listed in the conditions right now, but they are. Is that correct?
So there are 3 subsections of the conditions of approval. The prior to something section, there's the expirations that say, here's when your project dies if you don't pull your building permit. And then there's other that's mostly just noticing.
Good.
If there's no other questions or comments, I'm open for a motion.
I move to approve DR 2334 SH 2311 with the staff recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
We need to include the other as that.
That's in the
That's
conditions.
with even those other. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Right, thank you. All right, now we'll move on to CUP 23-14 for 1030 Bitterroot Drive. Dave Phillips. Dave, could you have name and address? Oh, trying to get that set, okay.
So I'll go ahead and begin. I'm confident Brian is a map. 1030 Bitterroot is owned by
We could have your name and address too,
Yes.
first, please.
David Phillips, 11394 West Hickory Park Drive, WC.
Okay, great.
1030 Bitterroot is owned by three families, Phillips and Briggs. We acquired the property a couple of years ago, waited for a year or two, and decided to build a place that we could enjoy with our families, friends, and we wanted to be, close to the beauties of nature that exist here in McCall. We love it here in McCall, and we wanted to maximize the enjoyment that we could have with kids and grandkids. We have, each of us have done a little bit of travel and stayed in short-term rentals. And so we thought to ourselves, what is it that we like when we stay in a short-term rental? Because if we're going to have people up here, we're going to enjoy it ourselves. What is it that's important? And so we designed and built with that in mind. It is a large home, and it's made for use with 4 large families. It has 7 bedrooms. There's 6.5 bathrooms total. It includes a complete mother-in-law suite as well. Construction was completed last fall. We had a couple of neighbor meetings, 2 of them. Each of them had 5 neighbors in attendance. Concerns were raised by some of the attendees, and those concerns were, noise, whether it's a large gathering or just people making too much noise. Concern about parking violations, parking on the street. And there were some questions about the mother-in-law suite. We talked with our neighbors. We discussed ideas to mitigate problems. Some of the things that we discussed were that we will be extremely selective in who we rent to. There will be no single night rentals because we don't want people who are, just coming in to, cause a problem. There will be no auto acceptance of renters. So every renter will be one that we have to manually approve. And then we'll have clear upfront communication with these renters, multiple points, that it's a family neighborhood, it's a family environment. That this is a community where, there are lots of families, kids, be respectful. The quiet hours, parking and traffic we'll be talking about. And absolutely no parties or large gatherings will be allowed. We also talked with them about the use of technology so that we would get early notification in the event that a problem might be starting. So we talked through all of those things. As we discussed, it became clear that regardless of what we proposed and discussed with them, that there were some that were 100% committed to opposition. They really didn't care what we had to say. But I can tell you that there were no neighbor suggestions that were rejected, not one. Everyone was entertained, discussed, and some adopted. And well, with one correction, there were some who simply asked that we not pursue a conditional use permit, which is against city code. If you have 7 bedrooms and you're a short-term rental, you must get a conditional use permit. So that is the one suggestion we did not take. So because this, comes down to, do we qualify? Do we meet the requirements or not? I'm going to step through the 12 requirements one by one.
Some of them will go quick, some will be a little bit longer. If you have any questions along the way, you're welcome to ask or wait till the end. Either is fine. Number one is that it must constitute a conditional use authorized in the zone involved. It's zoned R4. As I said before, a cup is not only allowed, it's required for us. Number two, be harmonious with and in accord with the general objectives and with any specific objectives of the comprehensive plan and or this Title III. Our proposed use supports things talked about in the comprehensive plan. It talks about vision. It talks about character. It talks about connections. And our proposed use supports the vision by supporting the small town feel of McCall. The use of existing housing in support of the tourism economy contributes to the healthy, attractive, affordable, and sustainable vision for the city. The mountain character of McCall has been preserved by our construction. Utilizing STRs for visitors to McCall minimizes the need for large hotels, which would alter the existing small town mountain character. The local economy has been supported and will continue to be supported year-round by this project. Many services that support our proposed STR are provided by locals. Our STR has the capacity to support large families who desire to experience the beauty and charm of McCall. The visitors to our short-term rental will contribute to McCall as they engage with local businesses who are a part of the recreation, tourism, and restaurant economy. And the city will reap tax revenues as a result. During the shoulder seasons, when tourism is slower, this property will be utilized by the owners of the property, thus providing continued economic benefit to the city during the slower times. It is our plan to help drive healthy connections in the city of McCall by encouraging the use of walking trails, bikes, carpooling, etc., to better experience this wonderful city and drive curiosity to find the hidden gems that McCall has to offer. Large short-term rentals are not only compliant with the comprehensive plan, but are a key to the success of McCall. Without a comfortable place for large families to stay for vacation, they will choose other cities to visit and vacation in. It is simply not the same to take a large family to a hotel and get 5 hotel rooms versus a short-term rental. It is not the same. That is not why people go on vacation. They go on vacation to spend time with their families, and our project supports that. Regarding Title III, the lot size is 0.64 acres. The plans and construction of the home are in compliance with guidelines and recommendations pertaining to height. It is built well within the allowed envelope. Lot coverage is also in line, and preservation of natural beauty. We worked very closely with the HOA and city officials to ensure compliance and support of the scenic surroundings. Next slide. Number 3, be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing or likely character of the neighborhood, and that such use will not change the essential character of the surrounding area. This property will be actively managed by the owners. This will shorten the time until we are aware of any issues to be dealt with. Our responsiveness will be fantastic. Currently, there are many short-term renters within Spring Mountain Ranch. An exact count has been challenging. I've seen numbers anywhere from 40 up to 80. Our short-term rental will not change the essential character and what is currently a very common use within Spring Mountain Ranch. There is no data to suggest that there are more issues with a large short-term rental than a small short-term rental or a long-term renter. The idea that the place where somebody chooses to sleep at night somehow changes how that person acts during the waking hours is without basis. There will surely be anecdotal evidence that people talk about problems that they've encountered. I don't doubt that they encountered those issues, but that was not us. That is not us. Our absolute goal is to have 0 problems. We're being thoughtful about all aspects of this venture. We're extremely motivated to do this well and to do it the right way. Large short-term rentals are a key to the success of McCall. without a comfortable place for large families to stay for vacations, they will choose other places to visit. Much of the charm of McCall and the businesses that support the city are dependent upon these visitors. Consider a short-term rental with its many rules, restrictions, guidelines, oversight, etc. Compare that to another home or a long-term rental, or the noise we just heard about from a prior item on the agenda tonight. Short-term rental are tightly monitored and governed by these rules and regulations, which we plan to follow exactly. Without that, there is no oversight. These rules don't apply to a long-term rental or to a single residence. The short-term rental rules crafted by the city of McCall were done with three goals: to ensure that short-term rental doesn't have a greater impact on city resources than others, like a long-term rental. This is true. Ours will be occupied much less. It will have less of a burden. Number two, to protect the health, safety, and welfare. Yeah, we do that. We've passed the safety inspection. We've done those things and will continue to do those things. Number three, protect the rights of adjacent properties. That is what we are committing to do. The bottom line is that there is much better protection and assurance for neighbors with a short-term rental than a long-term rental. Number four, not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use. We will follow the guidelines, rules, and regulations of the city of McCall 100%. We have passed the safety inspection by the city. We have implemented additional safety features that are not required to ensure that this property is safe for all. Nothing in the proposed use will be a detriment to neighbors. Number five, not cause any substantially harmful environmental consequences to any land or waters within the planning jurisdiction. We don't have water on the property. There are no environmental issues now or ever. Number six, not create excessive additional public cost for public facilities and services and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. The permitting process for all utilities and services was followed. All use of facilities and services will be justly paid for and per normal usage rules and regulations. The economic welfare of the community is positively affected by this project. The authors of the comprehensive plan knew this. And I'm going to come back to this a little bit more in point number 12, where we talk about economic benefits. Number seven, be served adequately by essential public facilities and services, including highway, streets, police, fire, drainage, refuse disposal, water, sewer, and schools. Police, strict renter qualification and acceptance and self-policing of any concerns before they become a public issue will limit or eliminate any need for police involvement. Streets, parking is limited in number and location regulations. No parking on the streets will be allowed. The number of total vehicles will be limited per City of McCall regulations. The impact to local traffic will be minimal. And comment, and we'll see a plot plan of the property in the future, a couple slides. But though we have space for 7 vehicles, I do not imagine there are going to be 7 vehicles, even with 16 people. When people are renting, it's families in cars, it's groups of people in vehicles. It's not 2 people in a vehicle. I will be surprised if we ever have 7 while we are renting. One thing that we did looking at traffic is that a study was conducted and we looked at total traffic on Bitterroot Drive. We looked at total traffic from another large short-term rental, same size as ours. And the data clearly showed that there was a very minimal impact from that short-term rental. Fire. Existing fire hydrants are present nearby. The goal of preventing fire is supported by clearing dead brush near the home. Additionally, we have passed the fire inspection for safety and have provided fire safety beyond the requirements. Water meter sizing was approved by the Water Department on May 5th, 2022. Any and all use will be billed by the Water Department and paid. Sewer, Payette Lakes Recreation Water and Sewer District was contacted for input regarding our application. The response was that they had no comment. Sewer use will be paid as required. Schools, though this property will have no full-time occupants, we won't have anybody in the school. We will be paying taxes to support the local schools. Number 8, not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will cause unreasonable production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, odors, or other forms of pollution. First off, traffic. Renters will be encouraged to carpool, which is something that they naturally do. They will further be informed of and invited to take advantage of pedestrian trails, bike paths, and other alternate means of getting around McCall. Any vehicles that do come to the property will be limited as per City of McCall regulations. Bitterroot Drive is a fine street that was designed and constructed based on the number of homes on it. The street easily handles that traffic. If you ever see more than 2 cars at a stop sign, that's a traffic jam up in Bitterroot Drive. We are less than a quarter mile from Spring Mountain Boulevard, which is categorized by the city as a major collector. There are no issues with traffic. Noise. Though we don't expect this to be a common issue for this property, addressing the potential for an issue is warranted. There are strict and clear rules that will be communicated to and agreed upon by the renter prior to any rental being accepted. We will view reviews of potential renters and reject those that raise any concerns. We are also intending to install noise monitors to alert in the event that excessive noise exists, especially during the nightly quiet periods. Any alerts will be promptly dealt with via phone call, text, and if necessary, a visit from a local manager. Smoke, we won't have any fires. Fumes, there won't be any. Glare, the March 2006 dark sky ordinance has been followed in the selection, installation, and limiting of all external light sources. Odors, the handling of trash is accomplished with the assistance of a local provider who is very familiar with the nuisance of bears and will handle the putting out and retrieval of the bins each week. This will prevent the bins from being in the public view for an extended period of time. Number 9, have vehicular approaches to the property so designed as not to create a detrimental interference with traffic on surrounding public or private thoroughfares or adversely affect the pedestrian environment. The driveway was approved by the city in 2023. It was recently constructed. It meets or exceeds all regulations regarding driveways. This driveway crosses no sidewalks or designated pedestrian walkways. There are none at the intersection of Bitterroot Drive and our driveway. However, pedestrian traffic is quite common, especially in the warm summer seasons. And to ensure there are no issues, the driveway is appropriately wide and clear of trees and brush that might limit visibility. Number 10. Not result in the destruction, loss, or damage of an important natural, scenic, or historic feature. The construction is already complete. Construction was done in a way to preserve large trees and groves of small conifers, aspens, plants, and shrubbery. Approval of this CUP will have no impact on these items. Number 11, be on a site of sufficient size to accommodate the proposed use, including yards, open space, snow storage, walls, fence, parking areas, loading zones, and design standards applicable. Snow storage. The east end of the driveway spur is a space for snow storage. The west and south side of the parking area will also be snow storage. Here you can see, here and then here, there are 3 parking spaces around here. As this mound of snow grows, there's space where they can move and shift to continue to make more space. The people that are contracted for our snow plowing have even said if we had to, we could load it in trucks and haul it away. So snow storage won't be an issue. Open space, calculated lot coverage is 17.8%, well within the limit of 20%. Parking areas, we've talked about this, but with 7 bedrooms, we're allowed 7 spots. We have 7. The parking, as much as possible, was located in areas behind trees and vegetation to limit the visibility of the vehicles. Landscaping, has been done with the intent of preserving the existing natural trees, bushes, grasses, etc. Where desirable, we've added a few trees that are native to the McCall area to provide additional privacy screening between us and our neighbors. But we had a discussion with neighbors regarding this, and they revealed concerns that they had regarding privacy. And that was this area right here, where it appears that snow had been piled for years and years and years, and it killed off all of the trees there. And there's another driveway that runs parallel to ours with a home on the other side. So we have constructed a berm, planted trees, placed rocks to create that privacy and separation that they have decided, or that they had desired. That work has been completed. Number 12, have a minimal negative economic impact on the neighborhood or surrounding community. And this also applies to point number 6. This COP approval will allow for sustained positive impact to the local economy. These impacts will come in the form of 1, providing work to local service providers and contractors employed. 2, positive impact by renters of the property. The renters will be regular customers of local restaurants, recreational providers, and shops. This is supported by the comprehensive plan as it calls the importance of being family friendly and welcoming to visitors who wish to spend their time and money with family and friends in McCall. 3, the property will be providing tax revenues to the city of McCall. Local option and taxes will be paid to support city of McCall projects are projected to be between $5,000 and $10,000 a year. Providing support for tourism and paying taxes into the city will have a positive economic impact. Despite what others may claim, there is no evidence to support a loss in value or a negative impact to neighboring homeowners. Instead, they benefit from a well-maintained home that is regularly cleaned and maintained inside now. Recently, the Idaho State Legislature passed laws to, quote, promote access to short-term rentals. It is the opinion of the elected legislature of the state of Idaho that short-term rentals are a beneficial property use. Thank you for your time.
I thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Dave?
When you first started your presentation, you said there was 5 people that went to the meetings you had. How many people were around there that were within the 300 feet that would have come if they all would have showed up?
I believe it was 24 or 25 within the 300 feet that we sent mailers to.
So you got 5 out of 25, possible 25 then, right?
Well, 10 out of 25.
10 out of 25.
Yeah, 5 times 2.
Okay.
And some of them were couples, right? So it wasn't 10 different homes, but 10 different individuals.
I've always been kind of amazed how many people don't show up at these meetings, and it turns out to be, well, it doesn't always turn out to be that way, but it can turn out to be that it didn't go the way that they thought it was going to go, and then they have another meeting or whatever, or they show up here complaining about what happened tonight. I guess maybe apathy is the problem, and or they're not available or whatever. It could be all kinds of different reasons. The other question I had was your traffic study, and you mentioned that the lack of traffic at the certain intersections and on the roads around. How did you get that information?
Yeah, good question. We sat out on Bitterroot Drive from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. This was on December 26th.
Mhm.
I contacted the owner of 1022 Bitterroot, who is a 7-bedroom short-term rental, right? And I got the schedule for when it was going to be rented. And then we picked a time that was, worked with us, that we were going to be there. And so we sat there from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. counting cars. We counted all cars that came up Bitterroot. If they came off of Spring Mountain and immediately took a left on Fireweed, we didn't count those. But anything beyond that point, coming or going, we counted those cars. We also counted the cars coming in and out of the 1022 short-term rental. And that was the basis for our study, which was
that was just one day though, right?
Yeah, it was one day. Yeah, the City of McCall Master Transportation Plan it's essentially the same methodology that they used. And on that master plan, and actually, if you go back one slide, it's a screenshot from that master plan. And you can't really see it, but well, I can read it here, but it shows the average annual daily traffic for these various streets. And that has cut off. I don't know why it's cut off, but over here on Spring Mountain Boulevard, it shows about 1,600 cars per day at one end, at the south end, and then where Woolley comes off of it, also about 1,600 cars. And looking at that and reviewing the methodology, I had estimated that we would be somewhere between 200 and 300 cars during our study, and we came up with 256. So it's landed smack in the middle. So even though it was one day, the results that we saw, I think were very representative because it fell right in line with the numbers that were in the comprehensive traffic plan.
This doesn't seem like one day would be a good barometer, but I see what you're talking about. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult thing.
Yeah,
because people will say, oh, traffic's going to be terrible. And they will show up and complain about, well, if you add one person in a car, that's more traffic. And we don't want more, therefore it's bad. So we wanted to quantify that. What we found was 256 cars. And it wasn't, there was less at the early and late in the day. There was more in the middle of the day. But I think the heaviest traffic was 37 cars in 1 hour, which is a car every minute and 45 seconds. And that was the busiest it ever was. So there was not a lot of traffic.
You'd mentioned there's no smoke. You don't have a fire pit or anything. I didn't see one on the plan. There's no fire pit, so worry about people partying outside with a fire pit going on.
Correct.
Okay, that's good.
Are you allowing parking in the garage?
Yes, there are 3 spots in the garage and then one at the end of the spur and then 3 around the large gravel area.
So if we have a big snow year, then you're gonna have to haul snow away to make the other garage accessible, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, if it was a big year, yes, we would. Yes, we would.
And you said your local manager up here is what's it?
It is Linda Hubbard is the gal that we work with most of the time. Company name I've got in here somewhere. Simply the Best is the name of. He's located in Cascade.
Cascade, really?
We've worked with her for years in there was a property in Donnelly that we.
You're comfortable with her being able to service this unit? She's in Cascade and it seems like a long ways away for a problem that you have or could have.
Yeah.
At any given time during the summer when you have it not rented by or not being used by you or your family.
Right. No, fair question. We've already multiple ways that we will address that. There are 3 of us, right? Hopefully, and 99% of the time, I believe that things will be able to be handled via a phone call. In the event that somebody does need to come to site, then we will rely upon her. We've already had to do that, though we're not renting.
You don't live up here, do you? Or,
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't.
You live in Boise or?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we had a incident where the trash was put out. It was not properly latched. And we got a phone call about a bear scattering our trash. And within an hour, she was able to get here, clean up the trash, be done with it. And so she's very responsive. We've used her before in an area down near Donnelly. And yeah, she's great. And she's not the only person as well. I keep referring to her because she's the one that we speak with most of the time.
Right, commissioners, any other questions from Dave at this point?
Yeah, I had a question. You mentioned being very discerning about which tenants' applications you would approve to rent. Have you thought through that criteria or kind of what your evaluation standard would be of who you rent to versus not? And if so, who would be doing those evaluations?
Yeah, it'll be the three owners that do the evaluation, because like I said, we are actively managing this ourselves. It's interesting. We've got multiple friends who also run short-term rentals in McCall. And we've spoken with all of them and asked for their input on this. One of the things that has been suggested is that you make sure your price is slightly higher than what is typical, because the party crowd is going to be dissuaded by that. And I think that's brilliant. It will help cause them to go elsewhere. So that's one thing that's proactive. The other thing is reading through the reviews, and because every time you rent a place, whether you are the renter or the rentee, reviews are given as to how they were. Were there any problems? And if there are any documented problems, then we will we'll be aware of that, and then we can not choose to rent to those people.
So that it will be listed on Airbnb and VRBO. Simply doesn't have a website, I'm assuming.
The what has?
Your person in Cascade doesn't have
No.
a rental
No,
website.
no, it will be like Airbnb. Yeah. Verbo, maybe. Airbnb is what we're currently considering.
I don't quite understand how that's gonna work out. I mean, if you guys are making the decisions on who you're gonna rent to and who you're not gonna rent to, how are you gonna know from one year to the next who was a good renter and who wasn't a good renter, other than the fact that the place was clean or not destroyed when they left? But I guess not being in that business, like Airbnb or whoever that you go through, as far as the service that contracts with the public to get these rentals put together, I don't know how you're gonna. I guess I can't imagine you'd be as good as some of these other organizations, if you're making all decisions as opposed to them, or.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm sure they have lists that they passed around. This person is not a good renter. You shouldn't rent to them because they tore the place apart last time they were up here, or whatever. I mean, is that the kind of the?
Well, it's like that, but with, and I don't want to say social media, but the way things work today, where we're in this connected world, it doesn't matter if you're getting an Uber or if you're, renting an Airbnb. People give reviews of me as an Uber passenger or me as an Airbnb renter, and that is in my profile forever. So that when next week or 10 years later, I want to rent a place, they can see all of those reviews. And if there was an issue, then that will be documented by the person they rented from previously. So it is a list, but it's all online and visible to any potential person who might be renting to them in the future.
Okay. So I know on some rental things that owners have to confirm the rental. So I take it that you're doing it that way, where you or somebody within the family will specifically speak to that prospective renter. It's not going to be, yeah.
Yes, exactly. You can select to automatically accept anybody who says, I want to rent your place, or no. We will manually engage with that person and then make a decision. And that's exactly what we are doing.
And then you mentioned the noise monitoring. Are you going to have the type that can actually count the people? I know they got some new versions out there that can kind of give you a count of people that are on site.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. We are considering those. We'll absolutely do the noise, the one that counts people. I've seen some mixed reviews on those, because if I show up with my phone and my iPad, it thinks I'm two people. And so it can be inaccurate, but it is some pretty cool technology that we are considering.
Okay.
So I have an additional question. You mentioned earlier in your presentation that you took additional safety measures over those that are required. What were those additional measures that you have taken?
Yeah, so this home has, there are 2 bedrooms on the ground floor. There are 7 on the upper floor. I don't remember the exact measurements. I think the requirement is if the bottom of the window is 14 feet above the ground, you must have an egress ladder. Ours are not that high, but we have egress ladders in every bedroom so that if there's a need, they don't have to just cannonball out the window. They have a ladder. And so not required. Ryan Garber confirmed, yeah, you don't need to do that, but thank you. We appreciate that. And that's great to go above and beyond. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my last question kind of goes back to your traffic study that Commissioner Moss was asking about. You had mentioned 250 cars approximately that you observed. How many of those, or what was the proportion of those that were actually coming from the short-term rental?
There were 4.
And is that, I'm assuming that's your basis of short-term rentals to have limited impact on traffic.
Yeah,
those 4 cars on that one day. Got it.
Yeah, I recognize it's a single data point, but we're trying to, there are regulations and there are requirements and there are things that are difficult to quantify. So we've done our very best to quantify things. And yeah, that's what we found. And I think that's, speaks to the fact that even though it's a large place, people do carpool. There's not a person in each car. There are, 4 or 5 people. There's a family in each car. And so traffic is not unreasonable.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, any other questions at this point?
So one more question on the parking and the cars. Understanding that your vision is to have families renting and that people would come, a family to a car. Would you consider further restricting the amount of cars that you would allow to park on the property?
The short answer is yes. I would prefer not to and to just follow the ordinance as written. But if that were a condition, then, push come to shove, that would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dave? Okay, Dave, well, thank you for now. All right, Brian, staff report. Lose connection there?
Okay. So. Quick point of clarification, the traffic count document did not make it into the meeting packet. I will give you a moment of silence.
Like refresh, it's in there now.
Well, no, that is why it broke.
I'm sorry.
I tried refreshing it.
Oh, no.
And they also have an email that has been added to the packet that generally describes the methodology that is generally consistent with what Mr. Phillips described. There is the tallying of traffic. This is the ones coming in and out of 1022 River Route. I don't know if this was all done before the end date of or the effective date of our short-term rental regulations. when it was still a 19-person occupancy and they did not require a conditional use permit to continue operating. So
This was done before that, or?
yeah, it was done December 20th. So made you all informed on that. So this is the short-term rental for a 7-bedroom short-term rental permit with max occupancy of 16 people. The applicant has done a very thorough job of providing to the best of his ability documentation that he's in compliance with the conditional use permit standards. It is your job to determine if that is acceptable and conclusive. I would advise you guys to exercise caution on accepting them because he is going to do quality property management and is going to screen renters and things like that. Because conditional use permits, generally speaking, run with the property and it can be sold to whoever who may not have the same discerning standards. So if that is an important component of your approval, make it a condition of approval that that process is. And, more than likely, if that is the direction you guys want to go, I'm going to request you continue it to the next meeting so that I can figure out how to craft conditions of approval that are not going to be a code enforcement and maintenance thing.
You mean carry with the property you sold to somebody else? Is that what?
The property right.
Okay.
But it still has to reapply for a license every
They
year.
have to get their.
So if there's violations, they still have to, they could still come up at that point that you're violating whatever, even though the conditional use, if they're not going by based on the conditional use, they could lose the conditional use. If they're not abiding by, well, obviously if those terms are in there, but still they, within the code, I mean, whatever the ordinance for general stuff.
So when it is sold, it would be reevaluated for compliance as far as conditional use.
Conditional use would continue, but if there was complaints, or whatever, when they reapplied for their license, they could come up at that point.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, yeah, somebody's. Steve, can you mute yourself, Steve? There you go. A little background music.
Since we
Okay.
were talking about that timeline with conditional use, what is the timeline on that where you need to reapply?
So let's specify here. There's the conditional use permit that is a property right. It runs with the land. It carries on forever, more or less. There is a short-term rental permit that has to be applied for and approved every year. That is for the fire safety inspections and notifying the neighbors and continue compliance.
You don't reevaluate the conditional use permit year to year and once it's in effect with any piece of property, it's there.
Unless there's
a change in the conditional use permit procedure or requirements or whatever. Okay.
And Brian, this is Michelle Grunewald. The commission can put a termination date on the conditional use permit if they decide to do so.
On a separate discussion, that might be something to discuss for future use, future ones to have a time frame on these says, okay, here's 5 years to make sure you do what you're supposed to do and reevaluate. I know that's nothing we can do tonight, but I mean, for future ones, make it kind of standard for us to.
I didn't know that was possible.
But anyway. Okay.
Can that be a condition for the CUP that we add an expiration date?
Yeah.
That they need to reapply?
Yeah. Would it be a reapply or renew?
Well,
it can be crafted either direction. It can be this will expire on this date, and then it'll be up to them to renew or not renew, or it can be there shall be an administrative check-in or a planning and zoning commission hearing to make sure that it's still in compliance.
I would just think it's something more of a renewal instead of having to start all over from scratch because we've got everything. Why go through the process and the cost, undue cost to them if it's a renewal?
Yeah.
just to verify, has anything changed? The thing, just, you don't have 1,000 complaints or 5. Okay, but, okay, so that is an option to be able to, okay.
How many comments of opposition versus support?
I did not do a tally ahead of time. I believe there were roughly 50 comments received. Point you guys to the permit standard on page 6 of your staff reports for your review and consideration. You move forward. Keep those in mind.
All right, any other questions for Brian at this point?
I do have a couple clarification questions. Number of vehicles and trailers. How do the trailers factor into that again?
Those are considered a vehicle.
And they have to be parked on improved.
Yeah, that's parked on a designated improved surface
Off street.
off street.
So they count as, so if a car, truck and a trailer is 2.
So you can't get 7 trucks and 7 snowmobile trailers all lined up. Yep. Okay, that was the first one. The next question is clarification about, are the short-term rental numbers, the allowed numbers, always tied to bedrooms, or could you actually say, I'm never going to allow more than 10?
So the maximum occupancy per code is defined by the number of bedrooms. If they want to, on their own accord, limit the occupancy in their advertising and their accepting of applicants, they can absolutely do that.
But that doesn't, it does kind of halfway. So I'm going to ask another one. So that doesn't avoid the CUP process.
Yeah, so if they wanted to self-limit to avoid this conditional use permit process, they would have to change their structure to have fewer than 5 bedrooms.
Okay.
Bedrooms.
Right.
That answered it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Brian at this point? Okay, Morgan, anything? It sounds like they already did the water, obviously that, but anything else?
Yeah, the building is in compliance with water and the Public Works Department because it's a newer structure and they actually came in during our water fixture unit worksheet, which helps properly size the water meters. But we were good on that side. Just on the traffic study, the 1 day isn't out of the ordinary for traffic counts. We get that a lot. It's kind of it's standard in some places. We don't have any studies that prohibit that as being submitted. And then another complication is ITE, the International Transportation Engineers. They have like a whole list of land uses and what those traffic generations are. They don't have a category for short-term rentals. So that adds to this complication on if it has a different impact than just a typical single-family house. They haven't provided any guidance, so it's kind of in the air still. They need more documentation and a study on if there are more impacts from short-term rentals on traffic than a single-family house. That's what I have.
All right, any other questions for Morgan at this time? With that, we got all kinds of stuff. Okay. With that, we will go ahead and open up the public comments. I want to remind everybody, you'll have 3 minutes to discuss this item. Please, if there's other people that have spoke before you and they're saying the same thing, please don't reiterate it over and over and over. We'll get the idea. So please keep that in mind for time savings, but we got, again, 3 minutes. And when you speak, please have your name and address, and then you have, again, 3 minutes. So we will start with everybody that's on the phone. I will go down the list of numbers that I have here first to see if you want to speak. If you're on the phone and you're muted, you'll need to hit *6. So I will go, let's see, got a couple here. Make sure I'm on which number we are here, 23. Okay. So the first number we'll go to is 208-860-5743. Again, 860-5743. Do you wish to comment? All right, we'll go to the next number, 208-315-1130. Again, you may need to hit *6 if you want to comment. It takes a couple seconds. 315-1130. All right, 208-861-4302. Eight 861-4302. All right, 208-602-4523. Six 602-4523. All right, 208-880-0180.
Hi, sorry, this is Dan Dahl. Are we still muted?
I can hear you, Dan. You were at the 208-880-0180?
No, we're two numbers before. We were a little chat.
Oh, two numbers before. What number did you have, Dan?
86208-861-4302.
All right, Dan, yeah, if you'd like to comment, feel free.
Sure, thanks. We've lived next to the Phillips and the Briggs for over 20 years.
Dan, sorry to interrupt. Dan, please have your name, full name and address.
Oh, Daniel Dahl, 2 addresses, 11321 Boise, Idaho, Hickory Bark Drive in Boise, Idaho, and 486 Timbercrest in McCall.
Okay, thank you.
We've lived next to the Phillips and Briggs for over 20 years. They're outstanding neighbors, always there to help if we need them. We've never had an issue with noise or parties, even though they all had younger children. They were all really respectful, as I hope were ours. They're just great people, really great neighbors. And I think any of the concerns that you've heard from your neighbors would be with the Phillips and the Briggs wouldn't be a concern. These are great people. They're respectful. They have great families. We've all vacationed together and had a ton of fun, and I think it'll be great.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right, we'll go back to next number, 208, again, 880-0180.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Jolene Hines, and my home is at 1027 Bitterroot, so basically across the street from 1030. I'm opposed to a short-term rental that exceeds the maximum suggested of 10, regardless of the size of the home or the bedrooms, because there aren't any homes around in the close vicinity that have upwards of 4 people at them in a regular, consistent basis. I understand that we can't prohibit short-term rentals, but the city of McCall has set up specific guidelines and set minimum and maximum numbers. And I just think that it's imperative that in this small residential community where people actually live, that it continues to be treated like the residential community that it is. I don't have a problem with the Briggs. I don't have a problem with the Phillips, but that's not who's going to be there when there's 16 people. It's random strangers, and there aren't any other short-term rentals in the vicinity that have 16, and it just does not fit harmoniously within our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to the next number, 405-3347. Again, 405-3347. All right, go to 208-570-5907. Again, 570-5907. All right, is there anyone else that's on the phone at this point that wishes to comment? And you may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Anybody on the phone that wishes to comment? Is there anybody online that wishes to comment?
Hello, my name
Hello.
is Roberta D'Amico.
I'm sorry, could you say your name again?
My name is Roberta D'Amico. Am I good to
Okay.
go?
Yeah, you can speak. Please give your name again and address.
Hello, my name is Roberta D'Amico. My husband and I own the residence located at 1031 Bitterroot Drive, directly across from the discussion this evening. I want to state at the beginning that I'm in opposition to this conditional use permit, primarily because we were so fully supportive of the city's short-term rental plan and the head count of 10 for folks who are not owners of the home or family visitors seems very sufficient. And I speak to that as people who used to do a short-term rental there in McCall, and which with a limit of 6. I also want to acknowledge and thank Dave Phillips and the Briggs family for reaching out to us. We were unable to make the meetings that were in person, and we did relay our concerns in support of the short-term rental rules that the city has set up. We watched this house being built. It is a very large house. We have been in Spring Mountain Ranch since 2013. There are a number of larger houses in Spring Mountain, all of which, when typically, and I don't have the quantitative data, had large number of renters. And once, my battery's running out. Once the short-term rental came into play there in McCall, we were quite happy with that. In fact, we did meet Carla and Rand Briggs and spoke to them last summer before they actually moved in. We talked about how to firewise the house and firewise plants, where to get snow plow service. And we were under the impression, they did tell us at the time, that 3 families and that they have large families and that they built it for recreational use for the families, which we were fully supportive. As such, we are also support of short-term rentals with the maximum limit of 10. Again, I am concerned about this because when will the head count creep for short-term rentals above what McCall has stated of 10 stop? Will it stop at 12, 14, 16? 10 is a good number, and I support that number. Spring Mountain Ranch has an active HOA, which both my husband and I have been involved in, and we have all talked about concerns for renters. Of course, I can't speak for them, but it is a residential neighborhood. And not only is it residential, but there are a lot of people who bring their grandchildren up. And particularly on that road, you see a lot of, in the summer months, folks put out the little flags because kids are on the road. I am concerned about traffic and the health and safety. The more we have higher numbers of short-term rentals in Spring Mountain Ranch, that road is a busy road. I would disagree because the road has access to the water treatment plant, and quite frequently we access our home either Majestic or Aspen Ridge.
I think your battery just died. Well, perfect time. Guessing she can't hear me, so We'll talk with her if she comes back on, but she's pretty much up with her time. Give her just a second here, well, I'm sure she's trying to plug it in. In the meantime, is there anybody else online that wishes to comment regarding this application?
I'd like to comment if I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So my name is Steve Conoriato, and my address, I'll give you two addresses. The Boise address is 5400 North Hickory Tree Way, and the McCall address is Aspen Village, Unit K54. So for those who are opposed to this application, let me just say that I am supportive of the application for a couple of reasons. Number one, we've owned our unit at Aspen Village since 1995. We've made countless family memories in McCall, and we just love being there. Ever since we've owned our unit, the whole time we share a common wall with a short-term rental. Since 1995, immediately adjacent to our unit is a short-term rental. And I can tell you that over these decades, we have never found the short-term rental occupants to be, regardless of the season, to be disruptive or to diminish our enjoyment of our unit. And as our family has grown, we found it necessary now to go, to larger facilities and bring people up, extended family members. If by ordinance, the limitation continues to be at 10, then in some degree, where's a short-term rental that can accommodate large families in McCall? Basically, you come to the McCall, welcome to McCall, except for large families who want a short-term rental. And I guess I just asked that question, is that really the message you want to send? Certainly with more people comes more use and, more concern. But you're really saying, hey, big families don't come if you want a short-term rental. And obviously we know it's expensive to buy a place in McCall now. So for those who oppose the request based on property values diminishing, I can personally attest that we finally put our unit in the short-term rental in 2021. Our assessed value since 2021 has gone up 81%. So values do not decline when properties are close to short-term rentals. So for those reasons, and the fact that we know the applicants, Dan Dahl already testified of their character, we confirm their character, and that they will maintain that brand new lovely home. And so granting this conditional use request makes sense as it does not diminish property values for the neighbors. I don't think it invites rowdy gatherings, and it offers large families an option to have everyone under one roof. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. All right, I believe I saw Roberta coming back on. Roberta, are you there?
I am. I apologize for that. You guys have strong bladders in that room. But I lost the battery.
Your time frame was basically up almost as your battery died. But if you want to take like 30 seconds and just to give a quick summary, that would be fine.
I just want to thank the P&Z Commission, and I also want to thank the folks who own the home and for reaching out. But in short, we fully support the head count limit that McCall has. And having been, having rented our small home, no matter what you do, there's going to be issues, and it's a residential community. So again, thank you. And I oppose this conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anybody else online that wishes to comment regarding this application? And last call, anybody online or on the phone that wishes to comment regarding this application? Okay, with that, we will move to the audience. Anybody here in the audience that wishes to comment?
Mark McDonald, residence says 1035 Bitterroot. Additionally, I have a property on 1035 or 1031 Fireweed. and live in Boise. I'm going to go through some prepared remarks and then just taking some notes on some commentary that just like to give a little bit more. I'm here on behalf of my wife, Colleen, my daughter, Lydia, who's 9, and my son, Reed, who is 7. We've been fortunate to be in the neighborhood for quite a bit of time here, and it's been great to be able to watch my kids grow up in the neighborhood. I'm also on behalf here of Inner Materials, at least at the time that they were printed, of the 19 letters, 100% which were in opposition, and it sounds like it's up to 50 at this point, which I suspect the opposition percentage is relatively similar. Of all the commentary, I just would hope that we would keep focused on the criteria that's put forth that they have to meet. One of those criteria is harmonious with the character of the neighborhood. It's pretty clear based on the number of opposition letters as well as those who have spoken here today, that the best people to assess that would be the people in the neighborhood. And if there's upwards of 50 that oppose, indicating in the majority of the commentary that it's not harmonious, I think that's a good indication, as well as having lived there for a good period of time myself. That is the case. And I do believe that the hotels in this vicinity would be a good place to store 16 individuals or renters. In this case, it might be. Another criteria as it relates to safety. I am directly across from this residence as well. As I mentioned earlier, I have a 7 and 9-year-old who spend quite a bit of time outside. 16 individuals is quite a few cars. I like the commentary of carpool, but that's not something as a native Idahoan that I see that often. I would hope that we would take the safety also into consideration, because I'd hate for us to be on record of saying that there could be a concern, and then if something unfortunate was to happen with the approval of the CUP, that would be unfortunate. As it relates to the noise and the traffic, certainly there will be more. The commentary this evening of the traffic study of 1 day on December 26th, which is not historically high, is probably a good indication of it. Incremental to that 1022, as my understanding, has not been approved as being a cup of 16, so it shouldn't be inferred that the 4 cars that were there were relative to a space that would house 16. To be clear, I'm opposing or would request a rejection of this, no different than 1022, which we've already heard about, which was rejected for many of the same reasons. Harmonious, it didn't meet the criteria, and the criteria that were not met at that one would certainly not be met at this one. There was certainly a neighborhood meeting notification that went out. It came out pretty close to the meeting. What was not referred to was I had sent, and I know many other neighbors that I know, sent emails opposing it directly, as we were unable to attend based on short notice. Additionally, as evaluation of renters, I think we went through that. That's still subjective, of which there's no criteria put, even if it doesn't meet the criteria, which is the first thing we should do. And then I'd also mention that those are speaking on behalf of the facility here. They do not have a residence that's directly crossed or even in the HOA. There's no doubt in my mind we have a group owners that are good people, but that shouldn't be put beyond the fact that the criteria has to be met. So with that, I think everybody here tonight, I think the city, I think they're taking a stand on behalf of the historical McCall, the current McCall, and particularly the difficulty of the residents here finding lodging themselves. With that.
Thank you. Yep, so comment.
Good evening. My name is Ken Stearns. I'm a resident of Meridian and also a part-time resident in Spring Mountain Ranch at 910 Camas Place. And I've been in Spring Mountain Ranch since we bought our property in 95, built our home in 2000. So basically lived up here part-time for 23 years. I'm also a vice president of the board of directors of the Spring Mountain Ranch Homeowners Association. And I'm here representing the board for the Homeowners Association. And the board does unanimously oppose this CUP application. It simply does not meet the standards of the Spring Mountain Ranch CCNRs. And for that reason, we are opposed to turning a residential neighborhood into partially a commercial zone for short-term rentals with excessive numbers of people. So that's all that I have to say. I just want you to know that the board does unanimously oppose this.
And Mr. Stravinsky, I live at 1020 Bitterroot, and I've lived there. I'm going on my third decade here, having that property. I am going to really emphasize this. I am not against short-term rentals on a small-term base up to 10 people, but I am against short-term rentals with cups of more than 10 people. I have lived now next to a short-term rental with a cup for the last 3+ years, and there has been numerous situations that I could go over. But what I'm going to talk about tonight is I walked through from 1000 Bitterroot to 1055 Bitterroot. So that's from Spring Mountain Ranch down to Fireweed yesterday, and I counted 38 homes. Of those 38 homes, there are only 2 short-term rentals actively on the street and 2 short-term rentals that are applying for cups at this time. So what that means to me is that people live there. They have residents. They're full-time and part-time there. In fact, when I made my chart, I didn't even know the names, but I would put dairy farmer. I would put them by how I know them when I'm walking my dogs. So approval of a higher occupancy of 16 people with the average American family being 3.1 people. So let's just say 4 people. That means that in a short-term rental, you would have 4 or 5 families if it's 16 or more in that rental, which does not really go along with, what is the R4 low density zoning use, even if it's for half the time that it's being used. Concerns about McCall economy. Visitors are really resourceful when they come to McCall. They can use short-term rentals. They can use 2 short-term rentals. They can use a short-term rental and a hotel. And I've even had friends who have used short-term rentals, a hotel, and camping when they have big families. And that doesn't mean that they're not coming. That means that they're coming, they're planning out other vacations and what they're going to do, and they're still spending money. But the negative economic effect, and I have talked with a realtor also about this, is that if I put my home up on the market and I'm living close to a short-term rental, and over the 3 years, there have been numerous challenges, and we're living next to a short-term rental, that I have to have a full disclosure on that, and including what ongoing challenges I am experiencing with that. I asked you to read my letter that I wrote and my comments that I wrote to you on the general welfare and health and safety. And I would also ask you to go to the city, which I was not aware of until recently, the city short-term rental complaint section, because of my most recent complaint, which was my only complaint, which was on January 25th through 28th of this year with the high occupancy rental next to me. There is also a video there and a audio there of the noise. So really, no matter how much you promise you're going to do good and you're going to have all these standards and you're going to work with everybody, what happens is that once people get through the rentals, they're there to party. They're there to have a good time. And you can make all the promises you want, but since I have lived next to one, now I totally understand why hotels and motels have a 24-hour desk to monitor everything that's going on. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Hello, I am Hannah Dravinsky. I live at 1020 Riverview. My mom just spoke, but I'm coming at it from a little bit of a different perspective. My family built our home in Spring Mountain Ranch over 20 years ago, and we have now lived next to a high occupancy short-term rental for the past 3 years. The problems that have occurred are profoundly upsetting and make the enjoyment of our property difficult. High occupancy short-term rentals bring different renters than those of more of a normal number. These renters are often large, rowdy parties. They are inebriated guests. They produce a large amount of traffic. They have immense safety concerns. And I'll just, as a little example, this was a party next door just 10 days ago. That is them chanting, "Take it off." That is from my front door. So these sorts of things make it feel like I can't use my property to the fullest. I feel uncomfortable inviting my own guests and friends up to use our property because I know what they're going to be experiencing and what they're going to have right next door. While I appreciate the applicant's assurance that they will screen renters and that they will monitor the property, after 3 years of living next to a high occupancy short-term rental that has made similar promises, this is just, they're up against an insurmountable task. That's because the problems that I'm describing are inherent with high occupancy short-term rentals, and they just don't fit a residential low density neighborhood. I read the letters in support from individuals that speak so highly of our neighbors, and I'm glad that they're going to be our neighbors. It sounds like they're going to be lovely people to live next door to, and I'm excited to meet them. But those aren't the people who are going to be using it often. Instead, we're going to have 16 people rotating 2 to 3 times a week, bringing large parties up. And as my mom previously said, if people want to have like a large 16 people they want to bring up, rent 2 short-term rentals. In fact, here we have 2 right next door, 1022 and 1030 Bitterroot. Finally, I just want to say I understand that there has been some discussion about what harmonious means under the CUP factors. If you want to know what harmonious is, ask what harmonious is to the neighborhood, ask the neighbors. From a review of the letters in the record, we have 40 to 50 neighbors saying that they are opposed to the CUP. In fact, I didn't read a single letter from someone who's in our neighborhood who believes that this short-term rental, high occupancy CUP application is harmonious with our neighbors. So when you're thinking about what is harmonious to our neighborhood, I say just believe us. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else here in the audience that wishes to comment? None? Okay, one last time. Is there anybody else online or on the phone that wishes to comment? Again, you may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself if you're on the phone. Again, anybody else online or on the phone that wishes to comment? All right, with that, we will close the public comments. And let's see, Dave, do you want to respond to any of the concerns?
Yeah, thank you.
First, there were a couple of points of discussion amongst members of the P&Z board that I wanted to talk a little bit about. There was regarding trailer parking, there was a picture of the plan of the lot and driveways for which used. We didn't put that in for the intent for parking trailers, but once it was built, like, wow, that's perfect for that. It's very easily accessed. So I don't foresee issues with anybody who's experienced driving a trailer being able to park it there and get in and out. So I don't see an issue there. As far as the trailer being counted as a vehicle and the truck being another vehicle, no issue with that whatsoever. One other thing regarding the vetting of potential renters. My partner, he reminded me, Airbnb currently has recently begun implementing the use of artificial intelligence to find those that they suspect might be a partier. So in addition to everything I talked about before, Airbnb themselves trying to make it easier for people like us to locate those who might be a problem, and which which would then lead to additional scrutiny, give us the opportunity to look it over. One thing, back to traffic, I mentioned before, there were 256 total cars. 4 of those were in and out of 1022 Bitterroot, which it was said that they're not permitted and therefore no, this was on December 26th of last year when they were renting to up to 19 people, not 16. And it was in service because those new regulations didn't take effect until January 1st. So it is a large short-term rental. And actually at that time had a capacity bigger than what ours is. If our home had 0 traffic based upon the traffic study that was done, there would be a vehicle passing an average of every 3 minutes and 45 seconds. With the addition of another short-term rental, if we are the same as what we observed there would be a car coming by every 3 minutes and 42 seconds. So it's not a traffic jam. Now, of course, that traffic, ebbs and flows throughout the day, but it is, the concerns, however, we take seriously, and ensuring safety is something that is important to us and that we want to ensure that safety for the neighborhood, not just for our renters, but for everybody involved. It's interesting that everybody, or many, talk about, it's okay if you have up to 10. But wow, if you get 11, wow, that's a problem. And which 10, that's the number the city picked. I have a feeling if the city had picked the number 6, everybody would say, wow, 6 is great. But boy, if you get 7, that's an issue. If the city had picked 16, 16 is great, but don't you dare get 17. I didn't make the rules. I'm just here to play by the rules and to be successful and to be a positive addition to the city. Is it harmonious to the neighborhood? It is. There's already over 20% of the neighborhood is a short-term rental, and we are one more. That's not going to change the neighborhood, and we're going to be the best short-term rental there. The question about not in compliance with CC&Rs in a commercial zone, that's just factually not true. The Idaho legislature recently legislated that all short-term rentals in the state of Idaho are deemed residential, period. So that being commercial, that's just simply not true. Regarding another thing that the committee discussed was potential conditions on the issuance of a conditional use permit. We have absolutely no plans to sell. If it was written that it is null and void upon selling, I have no issue with that whatsoever. No problem. I'm not doing this because I want to flip it over to somebody else and let them run wild. That is not our intent at all. In summary, I just say that we are compliant 100% with the ordinances. All of the guidelines, all of the rules. We've worked closely with the city officials, the staff during construction, this process. Even after design was complete, we were in construction and the new ordinances were passed. We made modifications to our floor plan to be better compliant, to be more in compliant with those regulations. And this was regarding bedrooms and closets and things of that nature. We made changes because we intend to be 100% compliant. Bottom line, there is no concrete reason for denial. And I would say if we're denied, I would ask, how is this in alignment with the comprehensive plan? The valued families that wants to be a family-friendly place. And that's what we're here for, is for large families. And yeah, I've come up here and I've camped and had somebody else over there and somebody else, and it's just not my idea of spending time with my children and grandchildren. And if we're denied, how is that not a violation of the new Idaho state law. We are 100% compliant with the regulations as written. And we have every intent of remaining compliant and being a good neighbor. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, discussion.
Maybe I didn't understand something from the other gentleman that spoke earlier about the association of where this location is. They're opposing it vividly. I guess maybe I didn't understand it. Did he say the CCNRs have not been followed with this particular location at that?
I don't know if we can really bring in any other additional comment.
Commissioner Moss, I would advise against trying to enforce CCNRs that are not the cities.
Well, I'm not trying to enforce them. I just wondered if.
What I think he was looking at it as a commercial component, which would be an issue potentially, but again, this is not commercial. So that would not apply.
Okay.
And I do know that that association CCNRs does not have anything regarding short-term rentals. It was done and there's nothing that denied them when it was created.
All right.
And I guess I'd like to make one comment to a couple of the people that had discussions that, the limit of 10 is allowed without a conditional use permit. It's not the maximum allowed, period. Anything above that can be allowed with approval of a conditional use permit. Is not 10 is your max cutoff. That's just so if there's any misunderstanding of the public, there is options to getting higher occupancy. It's just another process that's required. It's not maximum 10, period. I just wanted to clarify that to any of the public. Oh, and with that, again, back to discussion. I mean, to me, it seemed to be one of the most thorough presentations for one of the properties as far as the owner going through everything. I thought it's pretty thorough for all the items based on this particular property. I appreciated that. I am kind of interested. I mean, if there was an approval and people were concerned that it was sold, obviously the applicant has no problem.
Procedural point. Are you guys done with the public hearing and ready to move into deliberations?
Yeah, I'd call for discussion. Yeah.
Go ahead. Close the public hearing.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll close the public hearing on this item. Sorry about that. It was back to discussion. But there is maybe alleviate some of the concerns that if we were to put a condition that if the property was sold or transferred to anybody else, then it would be, this conditional use permit would be voided at that point in time. So that would eliminate any potential owners. They'd have to come back through.
I guess I want to go back to, we have 12 standards for conditional use permit. We just denied a CUP a block away 2 months ago. So how is it going to be different?
I think part of that one too had bedroom count issue. Some of the bedrooms weren't considered bedrooms at the time.
Was the closet thing or?
Yeah. I mean, that was part of it.
But if I remember our discussion is, it goes back to, are we dropping a 5-unit hotel?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome.
Somebody needs to mute themselves.
5-unit hotel in the middle of a residential neighborhood. We would be, I can almost guarantee you that 1022 will be right back in front of us asking for a reconsideration. So it doesn't make sense to me that I'd like Brian to go through and all of us do the exercise we did last time.
Well, but each item's obviously different per home. I mean, they're very similar homes. But I mean, if we go by that standard, then no property would get approved, and I think that's legally an issue. Because in essence, you're basically saying that nothing over 10 is going to be approved if we use, I mean, I don't, it kind of gets in the gray area there.
I pulled up the code that I think is being referenced, Title 67, Chapter 65, a county or city may implement such reasonable regulations as it deems necessary to safeguard public health, safety, and general welfare in order to protect the integrity of residential neighborhoods in which short-term rentals or vacation rentals operate. So that's the code, and the city has come up with this process. So let's just go through the process.
Okay. Was there any other discussion before we go through that? We get to that point.
Oh, Bill's on.
Bill's off.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment, board, Mr. Chairman. So this is Bill Punkany, City Attorney's Office. Day one, Chapter 1 of real property law is that all real property is unique. And so I think to the extent that this discussion is about, whether or not we can treat properties the same or differently, I mean, I think we consider each application on its merits, independent of what we have a different record. It's a different location, although close to a previous one. And, we just go down our standards and every time we apply those standards consistently and according to the record that we have. I'm happy to answer any questions about this.
All right. I think that's kind of where I was going with that as well, Bill. So appreciate that. Any other questions for Bill before we go down the list? All right. Well, the first item would be constitute a conditional use authorized in this zone, which we've all agreed that it's legal and it's allowed in a residential zone. Be harmonious with and in accord with the general objectives and with any specific objectives of the comprehensive plan and or this title. I think we've went through that it does fit within the comprehensive plan. Be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained to be harmonious, I can't say it today, and in appropriate appearance and existence or likely character of the neighborhood and such as that such use will not change the essential character of the surrounding area.
I think it changes character myself.
I agree with that. I think even though the applicant, seems very sincere in, trying to do right here, we've received testimony from numerous people in the neighborhood that think it's going to change their environment and the character of their living area. So,
my thoughts are that, I mean, yeah, it's a big one, but that area has, as stated by some of that comments, 40 to 50 other short-term rentals. And so it's not like it's the only short-term rental there. It is larger, but I mean, it's a few people compared to other ones. That neighborhood has quite a few vacation rentals in general. So
But it is double the size almost of most of the rest of them.
There are a lot of large homes throughout that area as well.
But there's nobody that does more than.
There is probably quite a few. Well, I don't have the numbers, but to say there is no other ones that have been in there over the period of the years, I think is wrong because there has been use over the years.
I think this is Dana. I feel like for that standard, we could potentially add conditions that could help with that point. Parking, how we're screening our renters, potentially a limitation to the CUP, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree with Dana. I think the type of tenant and the intentions of the tenant impact how that usage as a short-term rental change the character of the neighborhood. If it's, 16 college kids on spring break, that's one thing. If it's 3 families who have decided to rent a house, that's probably a less significant change of the character. So I think if we can do more enforcement of the tenant screening and things like that, and give it a trial run, I see being able to achieve compliance with number 3.
Do you have any, Brian, do you have any tools for compliance?
Chairman Lyons, Commissioner Petty, you guys have closed the public hearing. I'm not allowed to.
Liz, what would you suggest as I mean, we don't even have a code enforcement officer right now. How are you going to enforce additional conditions?
Well, I think having a condition that the tenant, screening process needs to be conducted by the owners of the property is a condition that would help in this case.
Correct, and not an automatic screening by Airbnb. That's, yeah.
Right.
So, did the owners of the property say that he was going to do that on a regular basis? I thought that was part of the deal. I mean, if an Airbnb does it, or do they have full control, or does it go through the owner also, or I don't quite understand how that's all gonna.
There are, like you was mentioning, there's options that you on your reservation format that you do online that again can be automatically accepted, which they're not doing, or the owner has to approve them. I've done stuff where I've rented regular ones where the owner has to contact you back. It'll reserve your spot, but they have to contact you back to confirm
that you complied with everything.
Yeah, and they have just, you have a just quick discussion with them or whatever details they want. And so they have those formats, I guess, with those various platforms.
And you're gonna make that part of the CUP permit when they, how's that gonna cross over into? That's what we're.
Well, I mean, that, yeah, I mean, that could be interesting, but I mean, there is.
I guess.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to comment for a minute about this. I mean, I think there probably are ways to put some conditions on here. So I agree with, Dana and Liz and others, but my concern is enforcing that and who's going to decide on what those conditions are. I mean, it seems to me like you get very close to, discrimination and all sorts of other issues when you are starting to kind of pick and choose who you're going to allow to rent your place. It seems way more, I mean, I have a really hard time with this particular condition. I've voiced this opinion in the past, and, I think Brian heard it in an email this morning or today, but, the only way that I can really fairly judge this is based off of, public comment and what people think and how is it going to change the character of their neighborhood. And in my opinion, tonight, we've heard and read a lot of testimony from the neighborhood citizens that they feel like it will change the value of that neighborhood to them. And I don't know how I personally get over that.
I guess my thing is, again, that area and kind of throughout town, but that area, there's been many regular size, all different size long-term rentals in there, and it hasn't really changed it. I mean, obviously I don't live right there, but I mean, has there been that much of a change when prior to these ordinances, there was numerous large vacation rentals?
I mean, I totally see
so that's
that
where I'm
point.
having a tough time. That's like, that's tough.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think it's just kind of ambiguous in the language here, and I don't know how to judge it. But I see your point. I guess a question I have is, has the neighborhood had a chance to voice their opinion against that, right? So just because those houses were short-term rentals previously doesn't necessarily mean that it was fitting the character of the neighborhood that the actual homeowners wanted. And now they have this chance to voice their opinion, and it seems like they're telling us pretty strongly what they want.
And Ryan, as much as I love the idea of putting, conditions on how you review tenants, I share your sense that the best assessment of the condition of the neighborhood and, you know, potentially changing the essential character is in the hands of the people who live in that neighborhood. I very much see that as valid.
Yeah, I think a further discussion about conditions and how do we handle this going forward in the future is certainly warranted and needs to happen. Because I think every time we hear one of these, we're going to have the same kind of dilemma. We just don't know how to interpret short-term rentals under these conditional use guidelines.
I to Bob's point, you know, a short-term rental in a neighborhood, I have several in my neighborhood, but I don't have one this size. And I think it changes the character of what a short-term rental is dramatically. There's nobody, I'm sorry, there's just no way to regulate how many cars come in. It's Mr. Phillips, it was a nice presentation, but people don't drive 4 cars to a 7-bedroom house. They just don't.
What amazes me is if you have this neighborhood meeting and they invite everybody. I don't know if the timing was wrong or whatever the heck it is, and only 5 people show up and of a possible 20 plus to comment on this or to have anything to say about it. I don't know why but it goes that way, but you know, it does go that way. So it doesn't seem to me like these people care that much until it comes around to this point in time when we're going to think about issuing a CUP and how many people are going to be there, what the restrictions are going to be and everything else. Then the people come up and they say, well, gosh, we don't want that to happen. And I got 50 people that have put together emails and sent it to us. And we don't want to have this happen this way. It almost seems like it's after the fact, or, you know, they didn't care about it so much until it was really going to happen. And that be the case, we don't want it to happen now. So, I live next to a short-term rental right next door, and it's been nothing but a problem. So I'm a little skeptic about people that don't care about it to the first time around, but they come back and say, well, oh, I guess that is going to happen. Maybe we better get ourselves together and put up some kind of program against it. I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's kind of funny that all of a sudden we're always after the fact here. And we're trying to catch up. And then now it's a case of rewriting the conditional use permit or some of the rules and regulations in order to accommodate or not accommodate the people around them or the actual owner of the piece of property.
You know, I think Mr. McDonald commented in his public testimony, there was a very short notice for the.
Yeah, but there's got to be some rules and regulations to say if you're going to do this, you got to have it out to these people around you in this particular amount of time. If they didn't follow that procedure, then you know they shouldn't be able. They probably shouldn't be bringing it here to us to say, now, will you pass judgment on this? It seems like a really important end of or part of the whole process, and it wasn't done accordingly.
We did have 2 meetings, but I got a thought. Because we run into, as we mentioned, a lot of these, or not a lot, but a couple of these points that seem to have kind of the same issue. And it's kind of, you know, certain opinions. We got different opinions and perspectives. But as a thought, as far as a condition, so instead of a conditional use permit being granted, that just goes on, that we talked about limiting it. But if we did do a limitation and then it has to be brought back within like a 2-year basis. So something like that would give these larger homes an opportunity to prove that they could keep it under control. And they're not just open-ended forever. And I think 1 year is hard to verify, but maybe a 2-year approval that gives the applicant an opportunity to prove what they're telling us, not just tonight, but any applications that come forward in the future that may have these same issues, to show that they can manage it correctly. And if not, there'll be a list of, potentially violations or whatever, and we could determine if it's warrants, to continue it or use or not. Because right now, we're running into, they either were saying, okay, they haven't been used or they have been used in the past, but there wasn't the same tracking, or it wasn't the same rules. Now we've got the licensing rules that they have to relicense every year. And if we, on the conditional use ones, have a short time frame that they have to prove that they manage it in a manner that's harmonious with the neighborhood. Just a thought.
I'm not sure that I don't know. A hotel in a residential neighborhood is now.
But we can't call it a hotel because it's not commercial. So you can't consider this a hotel. So
It's a commercial enterprise.
Idaho law says it's not, you can ask Bill, but residential home is not considered a commercial use. It's not a bed and breakfast. So, but that's up to Bill. I mean, I'm not an attorney. But I don't think it's fair to call it a hotel.
What is the code today? There's no, as far as I know, possibility of attaching renewals or conditions that way.
I think there was, we could limit the time frame for a conditional use permit. We did that with the,
But just that, not nothing.
well, that we'd have to come back and get it approved again.
Yeah, but it was just limit the time. It wasn't putting any kind of different limitations on the conditional use permit itself then.
Well, I think we potentially could.
Okay, well,
Chairman Lyons, Commissioner Ross, ready? Point of clarification. Conditions of approval can be placed on conditional use permits, including expirations and renewal timing. Again, if you guys choose to do that, I would recommend reopening the public hearing, continuing it to a date specific to allow me to present you with new information on what those specific conditions of approval would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clarification.
Thank you,
So
Brian.
I think
Bill's back.
I'm back. I was never really gone. Idaho Code 676539, term rental or vacation rental shall be classified as a residential land use for zoning purposes. So for zoning purposes, and what purposes we're engaged in discussing right now, we're not talking about necessarily zoning, but kind of not following the argument here, or really it's, if somebody wants to ask a more specific question, I'm happy to answer.
So it's a residence, so it fits in R4. But that doesn't mean its use is residential.
That's correct. What it says is that for zoning purposes, it's classified as residential. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a commercial use in a residential area. It's just classified as residential on your zoning map. It qualifies as residential under your zoning map.
is that the McCall code or the state code?
State code 676539.
Okay. I think at this point, let's continue since we made it to item 3. Let's continue to following item or the rest of the items so we can get through this. Number 4, not be detrimental to the health, safety, general welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use. I don't think we've really had issues on that one.
Number 3, and that such use will not change the essential.
No, we did that one already. We're down to number 4.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Okay. Then number 5, not cause any substantial harm to the harmful environment, consequences to land or waters within the planning jurisdiction. Don't really see on this one there's any issues with that. Not create excessive additional public costs for public facilities, services, and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. Don't see that one as applying or being an issue. Be served adequately by essential public facilities and services, including highway, streets, police, fire protection, drainage structures, refuse disposal, water and sewer, and schools. The applicant may be required as a condition of approval to mitigate any deficient public service. Don't see anything in this one. I think everything's kind of covered there. Number 8, not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will cause unreasonable production of traffic, noise, fumes, glare, odors, and other forms of pollution.
No, I don't think we can guarantee that,
But
listening to the recording from last weekend of the noise, neighborhood noise.
yeah,
I would agree with that. I don't think we can guarantee that that wouldn't happen.
And I think that's with any home at any time, so I think what is unreasonable noise, yeah, that one party with the partying was certainly beyond the hope of take it off. So I don't know, this one is, again, these were kind of designed for more of commercial projects and bigger projects, but standard home with a long-term rental can have the same issues.
oh, yeah.
And then there is no recourse on a long-term rental. They can have as many people they want there and have as many parties as they want. So that can happen at any place in town at any time. So that one I question, because it can happen anywhere.
Well, not a
Yeah,
church.
Chairman, I agree with your logic.
Yeah, and part of that may be, we'd like to have the noise monitor system or something like that to hopefully mitigate those potentials. I do like the idea they don't have the outside fire pit, because hopefully that'll keep more people inside. But that one's there. Okay, number 9, have vehicular approaches to the property so designed not to create a detrimental interference with traffic or on the surrounding public or private thoroughfares or adversely affect the pedestrian environment. Seems like the driveway's reasonable on this one. There was no issues. Excuse me, not result in destruction, loss or damage of an important natural, scenic, or historic feature. Doesn't seem to apply. Be on a site sufficient to accommodate the proposed use, including yards, open spaces, snow storage, walls, fences, parking areas, loading zones, and design standards applicable.
It does that.
I think we're good with that.
Yep.
Have a minimal negative economic impact on the neighborhood or surrounding community.
I think we would need a study to evaluate the actual economic impact. On one hand, as a single family homeowner who lives in it full time, if there's a vacation rental of 16 people next door to me, and having to disclose that when I'm selling the house, it might take me longer to sell. On the flip side, I might be able to sell it more quickly to someone who also wants to use it as a short-term rental. So I don't think we can really determine actual economic impact in a meaningful way for this.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I mean, the market kind of dictates a lot of that, not so much the neighborhood. I mean, it's a very nice neighborhood in general. Spring Mountain Ranch is one of the premier neighborhoods. So, I mean, but anywhere in town, as far as that, I think that's tough to relate that because, and again, it's something that can change.
Yep.
You could buy it next door and all of a sudden you do a room rent and there's 8 guys living in there that party as a long term. So, but anyway, yeah, that's a tough one.
You want to compare long-term rentals. This isn't a long-term rental code. This is short-term rental CUP.
What do you mean?
These are
Compare long-term?
the code that we're dealt with.
Oh,
No different than water skis are not roofing. It's
yep.
Could there be improvements? Could there be some clarification? That would be great. But I don't see how we can approve this the way where it sits.
I guess I would agree with that. Unfortunately, I think what we have highlighted through a number of these is that the process of approval is broken. When we try to evaluate this, we have to do each one independently. And we have to think through each one of these 12 conditions. And for short-term rentals, these 12 conditions don't necessarily apply. So it's really hard to get over some of these and to actually approve. And we have to just follow kind of that process that's laid out in front of us. And I guess I encourage us and city officials to start thinking about maybe another way to go about this.
I think we're also allowed, I mean, if we're having an issue with these items, to give, if there's a way to give the applicant a way to address these items and make them workable, I believe that is an option on these, if I remember correctly from previous conditional use permits. That if we deny it based on these, there's or not so much deny it, but is there a way to have, again, with conditions, that it addresses these items?
I mean, deviate from what we're looking at right
Well,
now.
no, if we're having an issue on the items, is there something we can offer or have the applicant do that corrects those items?
I just think you put a condition on and you put a limit on the CUP and you have neighbors that are gonna have to put up with it for the limit of the CUP because there's no enforcement for these. There's no enforcement with who you rent to or how many snowmobile trailers you have or.
That is the city police department or whatever. I mean, obviously, if they have a code enforcement officer or not. Right now, I don't
But again,
think you
that
can.
puts the onus is on the neighbors to call the police. The neighbors aren't asking to be enforcers.
But that's for any home. If there's an issue with any home,
Talking about short-term rentals.
it still falls within any home. I mean, you can't say I don't know. Yes, we're talking about short-term rentals, but that's normal.
Well,
In any community with any home, if there's an issue, they're gonna call the police.
Or a code enforcement person if there was one, but there isn't one, so.
Well, then obviously they're looking to hire one, but.
This
Yeah, that's true.
particular home, their manager is in Cascade.
That's true also.
Well, I think to some extent, you put those conditions on there has to be a mechanism to kind of enforce it. But then that just, creates more undue burden on the city and the neighbors, which then starts to violate other conditions that we have to meet. So it's this catch-22 where you can't have them all.
Unless they don't violate the conditions. I mean, I feel like we could potentially table this and have more discussion because I think we can add conditions to the CUP approval that could meet both those that are in the neighborhood and have issues with this, as well as the person trying to rent out their house.
So you're saying that you want to increase these or maybe change around the actual approval process for a CUP? Is that what you're?
No, not change. We can't change that, but we can add conditions to the approval of the CUP.
That's changing it though, if you add conditions to it, isn't it?
No, we do that all the time.
The
conditions of approval.
On these right here, or?
No, we're not changing these. We're just we would create conditions of approval that would satisfy these. I think is what you're looking at.
Lines, Commissioner Moss, you can add conditions of approval.
Yeah.
To address site-specific challenges to a property, to mitigate.
Okay, all right. I understand, okay.
So I'm just looking at this, in essence, if every neighborhood is gonna be in and we're going based on these items, it's gonna eliminate all large-term vacation rentals. And I think that would be a major legal issue for the city. There's got to be a way to be able to have some satisfaction to protect the neighborhood as well as the homeowner's rights to utilize some of these larger homes. There's some gaps there, and I think we need to, and we have an opportunity to work on some of those. Because if we just say, oh, there's going to be traffic and we can't do it, sorry, that's going to come up in every single one. And in essence, we're not allowing it. And Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's could be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, we can't prohibit short-term rentals, either in fact or, I mean, or by just de facto. That's why we went with the conditional use permit process, is because, you know, it considers factors that impact the community. And so, you know, if you look at these 12 factors and you make your findings based on the record in front of you, you know, is it served by public facilities? Does it create excessive public costs for public facilities? Not cause any substantial harmful environmental consequences? Debate it and then vote. And as a board, you don't have to be unanimous. And then, you know, on the basis of your recommendations, we'll prepare findings and conclusions, and then you can vote on those findings and conclusions.
All right, thank you, Bill. I would think if there was a way we could come up with some conditions that would protect the neighborhood, and on a short-term basis, have the applicant prove that he cannot be keep the home under control, you might say, or not be a burden. And yes, there may be some calls or not calls.
You're talking about tabling this to another time, to be able to study these possibilities, or?
That's what's gonna have to happen. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could discuss some of those options now. We still have to give staff, direction.
Sure.
On what to do, but I mean, I personally would think a 2-year conditional use permit to give them time to prove that it's being managed properly and not having an issue with the neighborhood would be one item.
And I feel more strongly about a 1 year, a shorter period.
I agree, Liz.
I agree with that too.
I could go with a 1 year. And that would give them at this point basically a full season through. And by the time it gets through the full process, they'd have a full summer and pretty much a full winter to be able to do that, and probably a winter with hopefully more snow that you actually have a regular winter count.
I can demonstrate that they have, sorry.
Yes, they'd have to come back and.
Again, how do we know that happened? The neighbors are gonna come back next year with the same letters that they have this year.
Well,
Again.
Well, I think if they had documented items, I mean, clearly the neighbors closest would have it. I mean, there's a lot of other neighbors that are blocks away that wouldn't have any effect other than it's within the same subdivision, but I would assume the closest neighbors would keep an eye on it. And yeah, it puts you're asking them to do it, but they're.
As the conditional use permits go, is it more likely to be landed in one particular area, like an Airbnb and a property manager, or have someone like this gentleman has suggested that they review all the potential renters and make the decisions that way? Which way is the majority?
As far as
well, you said,
rentals?
as far as the rentals and who's going to rent and who's not going to rent, is it ordinary for these short-term rentals like this to have somebody that is a owner of the particular piece of property and makes the decisions on who's going to rent and who's not going to rent?
I would say up here is most likely the property management companies.
Yeah.
Typically.
Okay. Well, yeah. So we're talking about.
But I think it's better to have the owner do it.
Yeah.
I'm aware of other ones and won't go into it that had management company just put anybody, as many people as they could, just to get the income. So with this, I think it's better to have the owner do it in this case, especially these bigger ones.
So this is a change because of the way he's suggesting doing it. And then we're talking about give him a year to make sure that everything works out the way that he's suggesting it will, or see that it even can, and come back and do it after a year. Yeah. I'd be interested in something like that.
I mean, to me, the house obviously is the size, it fits, it has the parking, not stuff no real entertainment
I
outside.
think I read in New York here just recently that in order to do a short-term rental in New York City or New York State, a person has to actually live on site where the actual renting is taking place. So
They don't have a lot of area.
Yeah, I know they don't. I mean, that's how tough it's getting back in some of those places. So, no, that's pretty much hands-on control from an owner standpoint. You're getting a lot of trouble today, you know?
So it sounds like the conditions we would be open to considering are, owners are required to screen applicants to select tenants. The CUP will be reviewed in 1 year. Do you want to put in a specific requirement to have a noise monitoring system in there as well?
I think that's reasonable.
I think so too.
Not a local representative, not Cascade.
Well, I think the code, if I remember correctly, has to be somebody that can respond 24 hours a day, but there's not, right? Yes.
There's a time limit. Yeah.
There's a 60-minute response window. A person in Cascade could theoretically do that. I would be hesitant to limit it too geographically because then discuss the property management companies. People broken all over the valley all the time.
Yeah. I'm good with those 3 items. I think that gives him a chance to prove what he can do with the property and gives us, an opportunity to revisit it. Now, I don't know how it would be up for renewal, not a new conditional use permit. Is that a way we could do it? So it's,
you guys tell me.
We can tell you, okay. But I would like to see it as we have an opportunity to renew and not necessarily start brand new CUP with a $3,500 fee and all that. I don't think that's reasonable, but I think for us to come back in front of us and renew it similar to the other one we did before. But I mean, that gives us or the applicant opportunity to prove that he can manage the house and not be a burden to the neighbors.
With all respect, it's not going to change the 12 elements in the CUP. It's just not going to make a difference. And we're not going to have any enforcement. And how is it going to be different? We could debate this again.
If he's proven that he can't do it and there's multiple issues with the property, we don't have to grant it again. And there's still going to be police enforcement if needed. There's going to be phone calls and there'll be records of that.
Let's make some motions.
So he's going to have to outline all the stuff that happens during the year and be able to bring it back and say, I did a good job, or I didn't do a good job, or I couldn't do a good
It's
job.
so subjective.
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah.
It's subjective right now as it is.
Yeah, yes, it is.
But this is.
But there would be proof if there was violations.
Go for it, Liz.
So I think there's potentially 2 motions that we could make here. One motion is to, continue the meeting to allow staff time to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law regarding the denial of this, or move to continue, et cetera, to prepare those findings consistent with the deliberations to approve.
They'd include the 3 items.
That includes, per our discussions and deliberations. Yeah.
I will move.
Oh, real quick, right.
Point of clarity, I will ask for Bill's assistance on this. I suspect that the process of drafting these conditions of approval, I'm going to have to do some research and present you with some new information. Meaning you guys will need to, right now, reopen the public hearing, continue it to a date specific. It would direct me to provide findings.
We do that after we've decided on this?
Do it before. But when you decide where you're going with it?
When we just.
Well, but I mean, Brian, if you're going to bring new information, wouldn't that influence the decision and the conclusion?
Quite
so
possibly.
If there's new information that needs to come out, then table the whole thing and, and reopen the public hearing and continue it to a date certain. And then, and then you make a decision. If what are you thinking you're going to add? What questions are you going to answer?
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Regarding noise monitoring, figuring out what decibel levels are appropriate, what solutions are currently on the market. Is it a reasonable thing to do? I have no idea how to write condition that is enforceable and useful for applicant screening and ensuring that they're doing that correctly. So I'm going to have to find some information on how to do that effectively. Those are the things that are kind of running through my head.
Yeah, I mean, and not to totally punt this, but this is just a recommendation to City Council, and although we take it very seriously, some of these questions can be answered at the City Council level as well.
So that if we, depending on what was approved, and it would go to council, obviously, when they could have those clarifications at that time, because it's going to be whatever period. So that you can have that prepared for them, and they could choose, okay, we want ABC monitoring system, and you have to show us print out every 2-3 months or whatever that you're using the owner contact button or what. Okay, so that doesn't necessarily have to wait a whole nother month for us to come back to it. It could be done and you can have those given to council.
I mean, I think Liz is on the right track. On the basis of the record that you have in front of you, as a board, do you feel like you can direct staff one way or the other on preparations of findings and conclusions?
I think I could. Other commissioners? Especially if it's going towards council as a recommendation, one way or the other.
Well, we can do the same thing if we deny it, and then you can appeal it to council, and it can be in council's lap. And then they'll rewrite the code.
It's a recommendation either way.
Yeah, I'm not interested in, I think we could work with this and give them an option or an opportunity.
I think we could too. Yeah. Great.
So what I would suggest is that somebody make a motion, unless there are outstanding questions that you want answered with new facts to enter into the record. If you feel like you have a sufficient record to direct staff, then somebody should make a motion and then see if it passes.
Okay, I move to continue CUP 2314 to the March 5th, 2024 meeting and direct staff to prepare findings of fact, conclusion of law documents, recommending denial of the subject application to McCall City Council for the reasons identified in the commission's deliberations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Brian, we do a roll call?
Commissioner Petty? Yes. Commissioner Kinzer?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
No.
Commissioner Rock?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
No.
Commissioner Pop?
No.
All right, motion does not carry.
All right, I move to continue CUP 2314 to the March 5th, 2024 meeting and direct staff to prepare findings and fact and conclusions of law documents supporting recommendation to approve this for the reasons identified in the commission's deliberations.
I second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Brian, roll call?
Commissioner Rock?
Yes.
Commissioner Pop?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Petty? Commissioner Kinzer?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes. All right, motion carries. All right, thank you, everybody on that. All right, I'll go back to where am I at? Okay, that's okay. Thank you. That's everything on that. We got signs. No signs.
It's gonna look like.
The other one? Did you see the one at McCall mailbox thing?
Great.
Isn't that much nicer than what was before? Okay. Also, real quick, just want to remind everybody, we have that training next Tuesday, 3:30.
30.
And we're here. So we have a training next
Here in this room?
Tuesday, 3:30 here.
3:30.
I want to do that.
I'm going to bribe you all with some food. So if you guys want any dietary restrictions over
No, just the fact that you're doing it, no restrictions.
One thing I thought of, once we get the link for the packet, I know you guys continually add stuff to it, but if there was a way to send like maybe one final email, like, okay, the packet is complete, we're not going to add anything more, anything from this point on will be emailed to you. So we know not, because I'll pull mine up and I'll have it and I'll look over the days and I'll try to refresh it. But I think if there's a way to do that, then we know that, okay.
First part of your statement.
If you know, when everything in the packet, you're not going to add anything more to send a final update or email, the packet, anything new will be emailed to us directly at that point.
Do you, right now, that's about 3 o'clock on the day of the meeting. Do you want that back in any way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about we talk about that
At the training? Okay.
Perfect.
And I still add public comments to the packet so that they're there as long as we continue sending them directly back.
Yeah, I think the main thing that we're not.
Actual materials,
Yeah,
like plans and stuff, I think a harder deadline could be.
yeah, something like that, just so we're not missing anything. And then I guess the last thing is the upcoming meeting agendas.
Yeah, as you said, there's training next Tuesday, 3:30 here. If possible, be in person. It's food.
I mean, you don't have to be in person if you did. Okay, well, I guess you, okay.
And virtually if you want.
Yeah.
You don't get points.
Don't get goodies.
We have not received any. I've always wondered about this code section questions. So if you want to get them to me in the next couple of days, why do we care about this certain setback requirement? Why do we not care about this thing over here?
For the training?
Yep. And then we may run out of time, so we're kind of prioritizing a few things and may either, give you guys a memo of what's going on about certain topics or kind of tag them on to the end of meetings to give you more frequent periodic refreshers instead of one big meeting here.
So think it'll be a good meeting. Yeah, okay.
That was good.
Always a good meeting.
Always.
Ever.
All right, I think unless there's anything else, I think that takes care of everything on the agenda.
Make a motion that we adjourn.
Can we like talk about the conditional use permit criteria at the training session and kind of work through our approach and our strategy, or is that something that we shouldn't do, or?
Yeah, I think doing it in a training session, not associated with a specific application, not discussing specific applications is the appropriate way to do it.
So that would be my request.
Is it more specific than Ryan's request of how do we interpret harmonious and unreasonable and other kind of squishy words?
I think that's really what it comes down to.
I think combination of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best form to handle it in a meeting like that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right, that's all.
All right, Tony, take it away.
Oh, I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting at 7:35.
34, you're gonna take. All right, second, we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I got the dark.